Yeah, okay. I'm just getting ready to get some Death Valley. You're going to Death Valley? Frequently. What are you doing there? Well, hike and hot spring. Okay. I'm gonna be out there in Death Valley next month.
Did you give her?
Yes.
Well, was it, I thought.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
it's,
Yes, the owl is on. I don't know. And then Mike is on.
Hey.
I don't know if that makes sense to you. Maybe we should just go on.
Touristic. You say this point or next one? Well, October 2nd. Right, exactly. Yeah, well, it's been good. Depending on, yeah. Good nights, good nights, it's chilly. No, it's nice.
First one in the second, and the second.
All right.
Okay.
And then
From them.
Like, wow.
Depends on the sun.
I was gonna.
Yeah.
I'm great.
They're being much more restrictions than expected. Okay. And so.
I should really hard to this slideshow. That's okay. And then I'm like,
Yeah, and I just.
So, I mean, you have to
It's kind of that. I've enjoyed it. I find
Well, how are you?
Good to see
Oh, that's good. That's my brother. Right, has done a great, job. That's for the beach.
Oh, yeah.
The story time with all that. All these little animals.
Yeah.
It was so cute. Yeah.
I tried to pull.
Okay, yeah.
I don't need.
Yeah, they were very. I'm not sure.
Okay, I think we're ready to call the meeting to order. Welcome, everybody. All right, so,
We can
start off.
Do you want us to start? Sorry, I didn't put it in here. You want to do that part, the roll call, the going around. Introductions. You want to do introductions?
We can do introductions, yeah, and I was a little confused by that because I don't think we have a roll to call.
Yeah,
We'll do a round of introductions, and let's start over here with Ray.
Ray Baldwin, I'm a member of the 17 River Parkway and Conservation Trust. Richard Sloan, Fresno Canoe Kayak.
I'm Gregory Ignacio. Like a future linguistic, I'm here to listen and see what's going on. It's a message.
Hi, I'm Carmen. Previously had worked on outreach for the American League on the Circle project. And, I do listen on to what's going on, what's happening in the community, and why. We've been pretty busy with articles, although language, work, so, this is the funding basis and the general. Thank you for having me. Thank you here.
My name is John Halpin. I'm a volunteer around Parkville.
Jenny Gardner.
I'm Sharon Weaver. I'm the Executive Director of the San Joaquin River Parkway and Conservation Trust and co-chair of the PACE. I'm Laura Gomez. I'm the Executive Director of the US Green Building Council, Central California, and co-chair of Sharon on this committee.
John McDaniel, interested citizen. Daniel O'Connell, Director of the Central Valley Partnership, and I am the Fresno County representative on the San Joaquin River Conservancy.
Sarah Parks, Assistant Director of the San Joaquin River Parkway and Conservation Trust.
Yeah, I was gonna do it for the other people. Ashley Bybee, I'm the desk service analyst and clerk to the board for the Conservancy.
Yeah, Cheryl Moxley, San Joaquin River Conservancy Parks and Recreation Specialist.
And then online, Carrie and Rebecca, if you guys wanna.
Hi, everyone. Carrie Dineska, Executive Officer for the San Joaquin River Conservancy. And just so you know, it's a little bit muffled or garbled, this audio. And then now I'm getting feedback. So just wanted to let you guys know if you could speak up and clearly, I think it might come through better on our end.
Hi, everybody. This is Rebecca Rouse, the Staff Services Manager for the San Joaquin River Conservancy.
Okay.
We have a couple other people online. Yeah, online guests, if you wanna introduce yourselves. No, you don't have to. All right, Sharon.
All right, before we head into the agenda, I'm going to take a moment and just make sure that everybody is aware that we have a climate bond on the ballot, and it is Proposition 4. A really exciting thing. We need more funding for the Conservancy and for other natural resource issues in California. The River Parkway Trust is supporting the bond, and so I just wanted to mention it and say please vote yes on Prop 4.
Is that four? Four.
It does include $11 million for the San Joaquin River Conservancy, which will be very important in the future. So next on the agenda, we have the presentation and approval of the July 8th meeting minutes. I think we are just receiving those now, right?
Yes.
So I'm wondering, I think we can review the summary of the July 2024 meeting, but I think instead of formally approving them, let's just delay that to the next meeting so everybody has a chance to look at them.
Yeah, of course. They were also posted as part of our August board meeting. So
Oh, okay.
the Conservancy board has already seen and approved those minutes.
Oh, okay, great. So it's probably just a formality then
Yeah.
for us to review them. Okay, thanks for clarifying that. So the summary is that the significant outcomes were the adoption of the PACE mission statement, the discussion of the renaming process for what is currently called Ball Ranch, and the hosting of a contest to solicit options for renaming select Conservancy-owned properties. The Conservancy Governing Board has final approval over the renaming of the Conservancy-owned properties and is not required to choose any of the names submitted. And bonus points, who can say what the PACE stands for? And Sarah doesn't get to play this game because she already won one today. Yay, okay, Janet wins the prize. Good job, Janet. I just figure we should rehearse that every meeting so we all remember what it stands for. Legislative action, community engagement, PACE. All right, so next up, we have the review of the property naming contest submissions. So I asked for a slide to be created just to remind everybody of kind of the rules of the contest that was created. So the idea was that we want the Conservancy Governing Board wanted to de-emphasize naming land for monetary contributions and also, change kind of what has been happening, a lot of the properties are named after the family that sold the property for the parkway. And we want to encourage names based on history, tradition, the environmental setting, unique characteristics of the sites, the geography and cultural or other environmental characteristics. So we started this naming contest about a month ago, I think, and we received a number of submissions. Do you have all of the submissions?
Yes.
To share?
Yep.
So there
Look it
were
up.
quite a few submissions and
But there's another page.
Yeah, there is another page.
That's a lot.
there are a lot of names listed here. Should we read through all of them? Would that be helpful?
I would like to hear them all out loud.
Okay, great.
Go around the room like on the spot, like in school.
Great. Or Laura and I can take.
Carrie actually has her hand. Carrie.
I just wanted to make sure that nobody in the room had any additional submissions for the naming contest that they brought to the meeting today.
Thank you, yes, because we do want to provide this final opportunity for anybody to submit any additional names. Anybody have any additional names that they would like to submit?
Do we have any linguistically inspired names? Are there like Native American names?
Yes.
Yes, there's a whole page of those ones.
Okay,
I just,
good.
if I had put it all on one page, nobody would be able to read it.
So they're organized by theme. So these are the nature inspired, and I believe the next page has, yeah.
I do want to say though, even though they're nature inspired, I feel like we can tell stories about how the indigenous people used the natural resources to survive. So just because it's nature inspired doesn't mean it doesn't give us an opportunity to tell really great stories about the resources and how they've been used over time.
And the mother tree, is that part of Fall Ranch or is it not part of Fall Ranch?
I think that's a good question. It's actually part of Ledger Island, which is a separate property. And so my understanding is that this particular renaming contest is just applying to Fall Ranch right now. But I think in the future, the Conservancy Board may look at doing this with other properties as well. So we're kind of looking at this as a starting point.
And we could potentially, if we just, let's use the first one, say we hit, say Acorn Bend, that is a name that gets presented to the board and chosen by the board. We could talk about, do we want it to be Acorn Bend Island? So we could try to make those names go together, but we haven't gotten that far yet.
Okay, do we really want to read these out? What's the consensus of the group? I probably could have read them all off, but in the time.
I don't know if it makes so much sense. I mean, looking at them, I'm wondering, well, what are the characteristics of Fall Ranch? Like ancient oaks, is it the mother trees? Because they have the ancient oaks, but if they're not part of it, what are the characteristics of Fall Ranch, I guess, would be good to define.
Can we go ahead to the Native American names there?
Yeah.
Because that sparked something in my mind. A participant Camp Barber Treaty, I don't know who that was, but that was in the Fall Ranch area. Treaty Meadows is the name that came to mind to me, because that was. Talking about that, what happened. And that's, seems like it's more of a geographic area than just a tree or a bird or something like that.
Okay, so you have an additional name. Rich, you want to submit?
That's just key, I'm right there.
Are there any that are sticking out as like absolute no's to people? That's the easiest way to go.
Yeah, so when I looked at this list earlier, what I looked through and thought about is, are these really more like descriptive verbs versus, property names, a noun? Are they are they unique? That was one of the criteria that we put in the contest, and a lot of these, I feel like, are pretty generic, like Valley Oak Grove, Valley Oak Preserve, Valley Oak Ranch. A lot of the things that just have sort of a description, San Joaquin Meadows, San Joaquin Eco Preserve. A lot of those are kind of generic names, so I sort of looked through and tried to come up with the names that seemed the most unique to me. There's also a few, whenever I see refuge or preserve, I think that's probably not appropriate for this site because there is an ecological reserve on the San Joaquin River and there are specific regulations that go along with an ecological reserve. So we don't want to confuse people about the difference between those two types of sites. Let's see, what else?
I agree with that. I saw the same thing when I saw the list, is that things that end in sanctuary and preserve are confusing.
Right.
Because you can't take your kids fishing on a preserve. So I agree that those names should not be considered.
Clarification, the access to this area is the existing access where it is now?
On Bryant Road, yes.
On Bryant Road.
Correct.
Okay. And it, boundary goes over to the river.
It doesn't go all the way to the river except for one tiny square. Most of the property is surrounded by the San Joaquin River Ecological Reserve, the Willow, that's the Willow Unit, right?
Mhm.
I'm confusing myself thinking about all the different names. So the Willow Unit wraps around on a riverfront in front of Fall Ranch, and there's just a little piece of Fall Ranch that actually hits the river. And then adjacent to it is Sumner Peck Ranch.
Right. And that won't be a part of Summer Peck will not be a part of this
Correct.
geographical area.
I mean, they will both be accessible, together. You can take the trail that goes down to the old bridge that we're not using at Sumner Peck Ranch. But they are separate sites.
And it would not go over to Ledger Island.
Correct.
No,
Yeah, so I'm gonna just jump ahead, and this afternoon, I went through and kind of,
I have your pretty thing that you sent too.
oh, thank you. So our staff member that put this together created a word cloud just to show, some of the words that were repeated a lot. Preserve, branch, oaks, grove, those are the ones that stand out. I like the Yokit also stands out there. Heritage, meadows, Karen.
I like the meadows, because this is a big access to the meadows, right? Like most families claim differentiating it from other areas on the river, right?
Well, I think that's an interesting question because I saw the names about meadows and in my mind, the ecosystem that we have there is not a meadow, it's a grassland. And grasslands and meadows are a little bit different in that meadows, I think of as wet ecosystems. They're primarily driven by water. And grasslands tend to be upland, dry ecosystems. So I can see why people would think of it as a meadow because it has a lot of grass species out there. But I think, if we look at the ecology of the area, it's really a grassland rather than a meadow.
I would agree.
When I think of the area, I think of oak trees.
Are there a lot of oak? There are, yeah. Oak savanna habitat is what I would call it.
But you probably talked about it, what is Ball Ranch? Like how big is Ball Ranch?
It's the Ball family that it was purchased from. So that's what happened with a lot of conservancy properties is they've just been named after whoever was the seller of that property. And that's why the conservancy wanted to renaming things to something that's more appropriate for the conservancy's purpose.
I just, was sharing that, I forwarded it there to the kids from the grassland people around there, and they're all like, No, we want Ball Ranch, so I'm looking at you have three votes for Ball Ranch that could have come from there, but, yeah.
We have a hand
Maybe
raised
the
online.
ranch there, make a little more connection to the past. I like it, I bet ranch is there.
So I think, Daniel has sent some them online.
The tribal representatives, leaders, specifically asked to contribute their names. And there are some tribal names here where were those generated.
I do not know that. It was just, I think the answer is no to that. And that's something that concerns me a little bit when I was looking at these names. I thought if we want to really incorporate, the Native American connection, then we should be getting more input from.
So we can't really move forward very easily without doing that. And any tribal name might have sensitivities as well.
Right.
So
Yeah.
before, some of those are really interesting names
Yeah.
and I like them, but we don't have that context. If somebody could actually reach out to the primary tribes or tribe and make that request of names, I think it'd be beneficial, and also to maybe share what native names have been used, or maybe the whole list.
So I have, shared the name. Okay. And, so I'm Tashi Motion. So I didn't put anything in because out of respect to the area, more closer to the, single mom. So in my mind, I'm trying to be respectful of, on the south end here. But there has been, a few people that have joined on to these other conversations that we've had, talking about access to the certain parts of the river. And I know there's a person that was on the Mr. Chancellor, but I pushed it out, but it was so around the corner that I don't know how it reached everybody, but in my email to him, I said, I really feel like I don't know how to put names in here because I'm on the south end of the river.
Yeah.
And I'm being respectful to listeners.
And do you have ideas about specific people that we should reach out to? Because that's part of the difficulty is that I don't know who to reach out to. I have tried to get in touch with different people from Table Mountain, for example. I don't know who the right person is to talk to.
It's in that area, and it's, you have to remember, the river was considered almost like a freeway for all of us, but our ancestors. So I had an opportunity to go to Ball Ranch, and what I got out of that walk was with Cardigan and everything was that I did get to see those motor rocks all along. So I know when the water would rise, they move, and when the water goes down, they come back, but it's kind of like I call it like a, kind of like a meeting area. Because you have people on the east side of the mountain and then the north side. So you have the next up the Gunner, Molo, Table Mountain, and, but I do feel like it's really important. And that's kind of what I'm here is because the whole renaming of the ranch to me is, I think it was supposed to be like the efforts of everything else getting really into different locations, not just our area, statewide, and I think this renaming shouldn't be looked at as let's just draw any name out of the hat. It's a process. This is showing that reconnection from the Conservancy to the people that are around the area, and not just specifically us, but, in the area. So it's showing that, it's a good place that we're trying to remain there. But when I was trying to look at the words, but I think he's absolutely right. We need to kind of, it's wonderful to see that people have participated. But I really feel pretty strongly that maybe there should be a little bit more efforts to reach around the people that are in that area. That's just my
These are
thought.
really generalized Anglo names, like almost boring, like they're so overused, the species, and the inappropriateness, even in English, as you brought up to many of these names. We can take our time here and if we don't know, then we have to actually take our time this name can resonate and will, so we should just go slow and be very deliberate with the First Nations peoples.
And I would like also to stress, the respect with which Carmen approaches this by saying, I'm not from this area. I think most of our forebearers were not from this land. So I would feel very strongly that we really need to make the best effort to connect it to those that originally were from here. And I love the discussion about the meadow or the grassland. Like, yes, it should have some education, but and that connection, that is just.
And I think talking with Cody, which is actually one of the secret board members, he was trying to think like, what words do you use that would flow? And that's probably why you did get some pretty plain, like hummingbird, or, I think that effort was something that would be easy for the public to say, but at the same time, something that would actually be originated on this area. That's how I see it. So, I mean, it's a good thing to take a look at that list and maybe present it to. I know there's different gatherings that is coming up pretty quick, and that might be an opportunity to take that to the table, right, to different gatherings. And then if they say, no, we don't want to participate, you make your efforts. That's kind of how I see it, but at the same time, don't rush it, because then that's just, it's another check in the box. And you don't want that. You really don't want that with the community, especially if they're trying to, if the whole renaming is to try to make some efforts, put some effort in it, just don't check off the box and then to the next one.
We have a couple of people who've had their hands raised for a while online, so who?
It's Carrie.
Okay, Carrie, and then I think, I can't see.
It says, Robin Kroger, so Carrie, you wanna go first?
Go ahead, Carrie.
Hi, guys. I just wanted to follow up and say that I really appreciate all of that discussion. And I'm getting some feedback, so bear with me. I did also want to mention that the Conservancy meets on a monthly basis with our tribal partners, and we did discuss this naming process with them and inquired on some potential names. And some of the suggestions or, submissions may have come from that meeting that we had with our tribal partners. We canceled our meeting tonight for the partnership meeting because of the PACE meeting, but we do plan on rescheduling it. And maybe that's a good thing, because we can take some of the input from this meeting and relay it in our next tribal partnership meeting that we have. So I just wanted to mention that we do have an ongoing process of communicating and coordinating with our tribal partners on at least a monthly basis.
This is Carmen.
I don't know if she can hear you.
Yeah.
You
Gotta project.
Yeah.
But anyways, that's where the invitation went out for the, because I participate on those calls. So I made that effort, and then send it out to the group that's been attending these calls, and that's where, I included about Cody, because he's their chance.
And I think it's Robin, is that right?
Yeah. Robin, you wanna go?
Hey, this is Chuck Broger, not Robin.
Okay. Hi, Chuck.
So we share computers. So anyway, I already talked with Cheryl about the naming rights at Ball Ranch. And as far as the area, the only natural thing at Ball Ranch that I can see is the Little Dry Creek. And Little Dry Creek, I think, is the only way for people to get actual access to the river. And when at the last Conservancy Board meeting, Kent Grisham said he had a problem with naming rights because no one would be familiar with change of name, but everyone knows where Little Dry Creek is. So it is very close to Ball Ranch, in fact, next to Ball Ranch, which would satisfy his concerns. So that's my idea. I would leave Ledger Island up to all of the Native American people, and Cheryl had a really good suggestion on that. But Ball Ranch really doesn't have that many oak trees, and it doesn't have meadows. It has, like Cheryl, or not Cheryl, but they said was grasslands. So I just want to put that in there. Thank you.
Thanks, Chuck. Okay, so I think this is a good discussion, good starting point. And sometimes you start something and you realize, uh-oh, you're heading in the wrong direction here. So I think this is a good opportunity to kind of reconvene and figure out next steps.
I have one more comment.
Sure.
When we brought it up at the last meeting, Michelle Pickens said that she knew the elder and that she could contact that person. I don't think she's here today, but we might want to touch base with her and see if she made that contact.
She's the part of that, incredible ways and,
The meeting.
in our meeting, yeah.
Great. Okay.
And I, again, said, I'll give it a way to go, just out of respect of the areas. And if not, I can reach out to Michelle also. Which is Carly, Texas cousin also. So there's those little circles. And like I said, if there's no response, then you can move on. You know, actually say we made that attempt. I think that's a good idea.
Great.
Chuck has his hand raised again.
Okay, Chuck?
Maybe you might have accidentally done it. Good, move on.
All right. Let's see, next item on our agenda is to talk about access permits versus license agreements and the parameters for each of them. Carrie or Cheryl, are one of you going to talk about this? How do we want to approach this?
I think it's Carrie. Carrie, are you gonna do that?
I can. I feel like we talked about that at the last meeting. We went over the differences and that the board had recently, in their last board meeting, made some revisions to the policy on license agreements. And I just wanted to go over. Oh, so thanks. I see the slide. So I just wanted to go over some of the minor changes that were made. For license agreements, or any permits for closed properties. So open properties, you don't need a permit to access them. You just go when they're open. And sometimes there's hours associated with it. So dawn to dusk. But for large part, the license agreements and access permits and those other types of permissions are for closed properties. So what we wanted to clarify is that if you have a license agreement and you are accessing a closed property, it needs to be for a reason or activity that's specific to that property and can't be accomplished on another property that is open or in the parkway in general. The license permits, letter permits, et cetera, are only for conservancy properties. So if you wanted to access River Bottom Park or Lost Lake Park, those are properties owned by other entities, and that you would not need a conservancy's permission to access those properties. With a license agreement, a letter permit, or other type of permit or agreement with the conservancy, there is a limited liability insurance that's required. We do have parameters for that. And so if that is something that you're interested in pursuing, the permissions to access closed properties, we can go over the liability insurance requirements. And then if you are interested in obtaining that kind of permission or permit, just submit your request to the Conservancy staff. Cheryl Moxley and myself will be handling most of the permissions, and we'll be reviewing the applications and the intent, and then we will be responding, or the Conservancy will respond with the either appropriate direction for what type of permit is appropriate, or approval or denial, depending on the activity.
Carrie, can I interject? I'm a little bit confused by the second sentence on this slide because it says that activities should include a benefit to the Conservancy property. And I don't remember anything like that coming out. To me, I feel like we have a little bit of an equity issue if we put something like that in, because the property that the Conservancy has purchased is for the public. It's not the other way around. It's not that the public exists to benefit the Conservancy. So I'm a little bit confused by that language and wonder if you can clarify that.
Yeah, I think that might just be an unfortunate wording for this part of the slide. So any activity that's occurring on a closed property, it should be specific to that Conservancy property. So for instance, we have several proposed projects for Western Reaches, which is specific project that's proposed on the Camp Pashan property. So if there's a meeting that's going to be had with the mayor or with other elected officials, and they want to be at that property specifically to do a tour, have discussion, go over project specifics, then they would ask for permission to use that Conservancy property. It wouldn't be appropriate, or I don't think it would be necessary for them to have the Camp Pashan meeting for Western Reaches at another closed property. So it's not that it necessarily the activities benefit the Conservancy property. It's that they need to be specific to the Conservancy property that you're requesting access for.
I guess I'm still confused by that because a lot of the work that the River Parkway Trust does is about education, and the education that we're doing is about the resource that we're looking at. So it's not property specific, it's about getting people out to the river and teaching kids about what the river has to offer. So I'm still a little bit concerned about that language. It doesn't quite make sense to me.
I think that we can have that conversation to clear that up anytime you want. If you want me to elaborate on it more in this meeting, I'm happy to do so. I think right now it's important to say that the properties that are closed for a reason, and there is an opening criteria that's been established by the board to have them open to the public so they can be accessed for recreation, educational, and several other types of activities. So right now they're closed because they're not considered safe and they are not properly operated and maintained. So we're trying to limit access to those properties for the safety of our citizens. And we're really actively working on opening those properties and keeping them open so that they can be safely accessed.
Maybe we can just start with the wording on this public facing slide is awkward, and we're in agreement with that. If we could rephrase that and bring it back, and maybe you two can work offline on the appropriate short, succinct. This isn't really working, but I don't think we need to take much time here. That's not working.
Workshop? Well, I mean, the reason I'm continuing on this is that this is the venue where we're supposed to be talking about these things. That is the idea behind these meetings. And it's something that I brought up since the first meeting we had, because it's the major concern that I have about what's happening with the Conservancy right now. So my understanding is that our license agreement allow partners to access closed properties or approved activities. But what I'm hearing again is that the Conservancy wants to limit access and not allow those activities. So I'm just confused. I feel like it's double talk, and I don't like to hear that.
I'm generally still very concerned about access to the river. I don't know how much money the Conservancy spent on purchasing of these public lands, public funds, right? And we are just confronted with not being able to access these properties. But there are several of us that have received grant from the flood control district to clean up the river. And certainly education is a big part of that. And providing access to the river is really crucial out of so many reasons for our community. And as we are providing this access and working with, young people in our community, what we learn is that they're very disconnected from nature, they're disconnected from the river, and they don't even know where to go. We struggle getting access to any property at this point, and my organization is currently trying to work with River Tree volunteers on setting up a work day to clean the river, and Wildwood is a property that needs some work, but then I'm hearing that we can only get access to take out canoes at Wildwood if we power wash the bathroom and paint it, because that's the requirement from the Conservancy to River Tree volunteers. And it just doesn't make sense that there's so many things in the way.
And it's the same thing. We've been told that go ahead and paint out the graffiti. We've done a really good job so far of keeping Wildwood clean. You know, and then also we were asked if we could possibly paint the outhouse, but that's looking for paint if we could private. But yeah, to your point, yeah, it's on all the different organizations.
It's options on the list, items that need to be done at each facility, and if we can do those, is the request in order to access them. Yes, it is on the list, it is there, and it's not, there is a list of items, like we reviewed 6 different items. That stuff that needed to be done specifically around the North Canopy. Some of it does include painting, taking out graffiti, trail work, other, which we're willing to do. But if we go from Lost Lake to Wildwood, that's like a 9-mile paddle, and then asking for extra on that. The volunteers is a bit much, so we're now working on, I haven't gotten to the Conservancy yet, but we're looking at doing a weekend Wildwood cleanup day, where one day half the group goes down the road, and the other half stays at Wildwood and does work, and the following day they quit. So that it can accommodate what cleaning up the river as well as working on the facility.
And then I want to make 2 more comments. First of all, I looked at the website. I didn't find any information on how this access is supposed to work. So I feel like that's unequitable, because you have to be, part of like the in crowd to know, but obviously even the in crowd doesn't really know what to do. Yeah, right. We're struggling figuring that out. I don't know. I mean, I guess I feel like an outsider that's still not trying, figuring this out. And yeah, and then also like this problem about opening up properties. I mean, what is safe and what is not safe? Again, I go to unsafe places and I go backpacking in the mountains, and my God, yes, there's really unsafe places, but the river is, it's relatively safe. So I really, and I guess it's a question to the board, like, how much safety do we need? All these, I'm where I grew up, there's a lot of walkways. You go to the river, again, there's no toilets, but you cannot. I don't know. It seems just like a hindrance put in the way so that you don't get to the goal where you want to get to. And I'm really wondering why we put that in our way. To be able to access this river, and having access to nature and to a river has just so many benefits for our community. And I feel like we turn around in a circle and never get anywhere, because we just have these bureaucratic rules.
Yeah.
And
I make this suggestion on the
Speaking of going forward, we're gonna lose multiple generations of young kids who have any experience. Yeah, it's gonna get done, but not in the near future, that we can have the kids now to experience.
Can I make the suggestion in that one sentence? Activities should include a benefit to the community and conservancy boundaries for
future use.
Let's just get rid of that line.
Sure. You can get rid of it.
I don't think that
It
was
was,
in this policy.
They were more just thoughts to encourage conversation that were put on there.
Well, they did.
Yes.
They did.
I also think that, yes, the river is safe for certain people, but we're a government agency and we have to be liable for what we have to provide safe environments. And if you are suggesting that we open them while there is no restroom, there are not safe walkways, there is no parking, then you're saying that you don't think that there needs to be equitable access for something to open.
So here's the thing. So I've been thinking about liability a lot lately because as a licensee and as a grantee, I have about 5 liability insurance certificates from our insurer that name different agencies of the state of California. I'm naming the Natural Resources Agency. I'm naming the San Joaquin River Conservancy. I'm naming the Department of Fish and Game. I think I'm naming the Department of Conservation. So I am indemnifying all kinds of state agencies for our activities, and that is a requirement of our grants, of our contracts, of our licenses. So I am already taking on the liability. The state is not taking on the liability. They are putting it on everybody else. So I get a little bit frustrated by these conversations about liability because I don't see the state taking any liability. The state is constantly getting rid of liability. And that's not just here. That's not just Conservancy. This is actually a statewide issue. There are changes happening in the insurance industry. There are insurers leaving California because the state has a policy of putting liability on the people that are doing work in the state rather than taking responsibility itself. This is a huge issue in the foster care industry. And one of the major nonprofit insurers has just non-renewed every foster care agency that they were insuring because of state policy that changed the state liability for foster care youth. So this isn't unique to the Conservancy. This is a state issue, but it's very relevant to our conversation because it's one of the excuses that's given all the time for why we can't get better access to the property. So I just want to highlight that. I think it's a problem. I think we have to figure out a way to address it. I think that's part of what this group is meant to do. So I'm excited that people are interested in this conversation and trying to figure out what to do here.
And we're very much interested in helping other properties and helping get them to where the Conservancy feels better about opening. Absolutely. For a while, when I'm actually looking at paying for and hiring someone to trim the damn trees so we have safe parking. Serious. I got quotes to do the tree with an arborist, just to get it done. Because it's just been hanging out and the tree is very stressed. It's gonna drop limbs and they're huge. So we do want to work together. It's just we have to keep the communication open and be a little realistic on how we get there. And yes, having the insurance, having $1 million worth of liability and paying for that every year. We do that. Yeah. And it is getting harder. Yeah. I reached out to 5 different companies just to try and see what rates were and get it. Who responded? Everyone said, no, we don't do California. So, yeah, and yes, we want the kids out there, but we do want them safe. We don't want them going in huge homeless camps where there's gonna be needles or SARS or crazy homeless people still in there. Yes, we're very aware of that. So, yeah.
Was there another comment?
You guys are coming at it as different groups, organizations, and you're saying it's difficult for liability. So how do you think it is how difficult it's for the rest of us out there?
Right.
That we don't have that same access. We don't have, we have to reach out to, that was the reason why we reached out to SEWA. Was because to have someone kind of have the front for the different natives of the community, not specifically one tribe. It was just trying to keep those, cultural tradition practices. And I totally understand about liability. Being up there at Circle B, it gave me another outlook of, oh, this is what they have to be watching out for. This is their responsibility, and they have to adhere, you know, it's to keep everybody safe. But at the same time, it is that much difficult to get through the loops. And I think that's the issue, is the difficulty to, and for me, I have to have someone explain it to me. And that's why sometimes I ask over and over again, and I'm sorry for everybody that, I'm like, can you explain that to me? You know, because I don't have anybody in my back corner to translate this, or like, you know, and then when you do speak to the individuals, like, hey, you know, we just want to get out there and just do some traditional practices. It's not to make a mess. It's not to cause havoc. It's not to cause, you know, something to be dirty or whatnot. And it's the same situation as a lot of groups are trying to hold on to the youth because they're going. They're going, and it's going quick. And they don't have no more inner ties and that connection, unfortunately, you know, family situation, urban situation. But whatever little window of time that we did get at Circle B, we've seen that there's a need. It didn't even have to be Native kids. It was just youth in general that was coming through them, opening their eyes to something different. And we're close to the river, away from the city, maybe 30 minutes or so, but they get a different outlook. And that just might be helpful. They might be the ones coming right behind you to help you, because it's always who's looking at. It's not always what's in front of you, it's who's behind you looking at what you're doing, so that they can be like, oh, okay, I want to do that, you know. And but if they don't have no exposure to it, then you're not going to get that.
And I think that those were really good comments, and kind of like sharpen this perspective that it's not just the groups. The groups are like, how do we get access? But for the general population, it's even harder. And Carmen and I, we were lucky to work on the Circle B project, and our sons were involved with that for quite a while, different age groups. My son was much younger. Carmen's son was in his early teens, and because they spent so much time there, we saw such an impact. We saw how that changed them. And I guess on the liability side, and I know on the state side, right, we see it with, you know, all the rules and regulation. I guess I would like to encourage you to think about the risk and the liability we create by keeping the opportunity from kids to be connected to nature and learning how to access nature. Because I think that creates for us as a society a very big risk that we disconnect them from the question of what is good for our ecosystem, that is good for us as well. And I really would love if the board can have a little bit more this perspective when addressing this, because, you know, we can try to be so safe by being so disconnected from any bacteria or any, you know, high places we fall, and then we're so disconnected from nature that we realize that our economic output actually is destroying the world that we are relying on, which is the world that we are living in now. So what does risk really mean in that situation, right? I think there's a lot of willing people that want to work on this, but you know, in the end, right, we'll all die, and life is risky, right? I mean, that's just the truth,
We got
right? Let's make it fun.
Yeah, basically, this all comes down to is vote for 4.
Yeah.
Because that's $11 million. And the root problem right here is that there's a state law that says that property that's intended to be open to the public, it can't be open to the public unless it's properly managed. And therein is where the Conservancy needs the money. And so all this talk, I mean, we all want to get on these properties and everything, they're hamstrung. So that law's gotta change, or you've gotta get some money so that they could properly staff the properties.
Yeah. How does that apply to national parks? I'm sorry, what? How does the law, for example, apply to national parks or forest?
Well,
Next
specifically,
out there.
he's talking about the Conservancy's enabling legislation. So there's language in the Conservancy's enabling legislation that says that the Conservancy won't open property for public access until it's appropriately operated and maintained, or until funding is identified or partners identified for appropriate operations and maintenance. And that's been around since the Conservancy was conceived, like that is part of the enabling legislation. I think the challenge that I see is that there are entities that could potentially operate other properties, but we're not being given the option to. I mean, I would love to open up more properties for public access on a daily basis. That's what I would like to see. But we don't have, we're not the Conservancy. The Conservancy has the rights to allow people to do that.
So this law is really attached to the Conservancy, not other public property?
Right, every Conservancy is different, and so they all have different regulations.
So what happened to the $15 million fund?
Good question. Some of it has been, in concept, promised to the Fresno River West implementation project. There's a possibility, that if the Bond Act is passed, then that O&M money is freed up again to be used for O&M. So we're hoping that the Bond Act will pass so that we still have that O&M money. There was an extension put in the budget language for 2024. And so the money has been extended to, I think it's June 2027, that it can be appropriated for another 2 years, which is great. So there's a path forward. And we just want to keep pushing down that path. All right, are we ready to move on to another topic?
I'd just like to summarize, thank you, Rich, for what you said. And we're not the only property owners along the river. There are a lot of open properties. So we hope that you guys will celebrate the properties that are open and introduce your youth to that you want to take to the river, the properties that are open, like Lost Lake and Sycamore Island. There's hundreds, there are thousands of acres along the river that are open for access. And just to put a few things in perspective, my husband coaches football at a junior high. He coached varsity at high school for years, but this year he's at a junior high. 8th grade football. I said, how many coaches do you have? He said 5. I said, you have 5 coaches to coach 8th grade football so they can go play a game. We have 5 people to take care of the amount of acres and the government work that we are challenged to do every day. And it's actually really upsetting. We feel attacked almost every day for not allowing access. There are plenty of places for access. And every time we get these comments and these emails, it's taking time away from us working on opening property. So I'm kind of venting a little, but I think this is a place to share that we are taxed out. We can't keep up. There's more coming in than we can get out. We're going to get to a slide that talks about funding, but we are doing all that we can with what we've been given. Promise you. And we are working with tribal members to get them access to places that have special vegetation that they need to get to. So all these things are in the works, but it seems like we continue to get requests for special groups, for special access. And it's taking time away from us providing access for the community at full. So just know that.
Okay, thank you for sharing that.
Okay, I don't know who's gonna talk about, just a quick
Rebecca's coming
rundown of the budget, but it maybe should go after the next. Should we do the table first?
Yeah.
So you guys were talking about the 15 million properties that are open, things that need to be done to open more properties. So this is a big, just really generalization. Please don't take a picture and have us justify every last thing, because it's just kind of a broad overview of properties that are open, the money that was spent on them, how much it's costing to keep them open, and then properties that are closed and the needs of those properties, and kind of ballpark estimates for these. So, if you go across, the top ones are open property. And so, you know, there's some money spent on improvement, and then there's money spent annually on O&M. And then when you come down, there was, money, promised, for these closed properties, River West, and, there's some maintenance dollars promised for, River Vista and, Wagner, just upkeep there. And then Ball Ranch, Ledger Island, again, improvement money, and then annual operating and maintaining. So about, and this doesn't even include other contracts like pest control contracts and different contracts.
Cheryl,
Yeah. Go for it.
sorry to interrupt. We can only see the agenda online.
Okay, Ashley is working on that. And so, promised funds, there's about 15 million. We have different pots of money. We'll show that next, but just kind of, this is lately for
Can you see it now?
improvements and kind of annually, just for us to say status quo.
Yes, thank you.
And so there's other properties closed. And then, we have like the punch list that we talked about of what needs to be done for us to open them. So like at Wildwood, there's about 9 items on that punch list that need to be done to fit the criteria for us to open the property. And then, you know, we're just kind of ballparking it at $40,000. And then for the janitorial and security contract annually, those run about $80,000. So, so that's kind of the things that we have going on now is working with the trust on getting Ball Ranch open and getting Wildwood open. In the middle of all of that, we had to move our office. So, in order to move our office, we had to do renovations at the Lanes property because there was mold and it wasn't conducive, to a working environment. There was no air conditioning, things like that. So we kind of had to take some time out on getting Wildwood going because we had to focus on land so we could move our office, which will be beneficial to us in the long run budget wise by not renting this space. But that did kind of slow down Wildwood. And then, if you move across for like, what do you need to do for Janko? There's about 8 items on the punch list. Liddell, about 11 items, or it becomes part of the Western Reaches project. So there's properties that could be opened with like maybe a few items, the punch list items done, or a full build out. So there's quite a range of like, are we just gonna meet the minimum standards or are we gonna go with the plans all the way out? So some of those plans for the projects were, you know, like Circle B at like 40 and 40 million and the Camp Pichane at 40 million. So those are kind of ballpark numbers we would need to get other properties open, and then we don't really have the O&M numbers to keep them open at this point. So if asking, I think one of the agenda items was, what are we doing to work towards opening more properties? And those are the top priorities right now are, like I said, working with the trust to get Ball Ranch open, and getting Wildwood open. And then, but in the meantime, we are working with other entities and groups for planning for other projects. So there's plans in the works as well as these like kind of last minute things we're trying to do to get properties open. So I don't know if that answers kind of some of the questions that was on the agenda.
It's difficult to understand, for me at least,
Uh-huh.
like the punch list, like
Mhm.
without knowing what those items are. So like Genco, for example,
Mhm.
you could walk to Genco from Jensen River Ranch today, because you don't need a parking lot to
Mhm.
do that. So
Mhm.
how are these lists of things needed to open
Mhm.
being
And
created? And
we,
how does the public get to participate in that process?
well, we have board approved minimum standards and you guys were provided those for Ball Ranch and you guys are working on the checklist to provide those items so that Ball Ranch can be open. So it's the same kind of thing, signage, you know, dedicated parking. Although Jenko, I have to say is a neighboring property to one that has those features. So, an idea is to call it Jensen River Ranch Extension and just kind of piggyback on the facilities that are at Jensen River Ranch, which could take that punch list item to fewer items, but still there needs to be signage and a safe entrance right there. At Jenko, trash cans. I mean, so some of the items are small, like trash cans, and then some are bigger, like maybe a more permanent gate or a pedestrian gate or things like that. So each property has individual things that we need to work through.
And I guess, Cheryl, I appreciate you sharing that you feel attacked, and that's not our intention. That's not, I'm not trying to attack you. I'm not trying to attack Carrie. I'm not trying to attack Rebecca, Ashley. I'm not trying to attack anybody on the staff. And I'm not trying to attack board members either. What I'm trying to do is to highlight a problem that we need to solve together.
Mhm.
And I get a little bit, what I get frustrated by is, actually, I'm not even gonna say it that way. What I would encourage you to do, and what I would like to see, which I think is kind of going to Sarah's point here, there is no transparency about how these criteria, not the criteria, I understand the board developed the criteria, but how these lists are being created. They aren't publicly available, and people could be helping work on those if that information was all out in the public. We could sit here and talk about a property and start brainstorming, how do we solve these problems? How do we get all of these things done? Because it can't just be you guys doing it. You don't have enough people. That's what we're here for. That's what we're trying to
So
accomplish.
that's the first time I've heard that. So that kind of offer of help, like in that, on that level. So that's wonderful. And we can talk about it as a staff and maybe that's something we can talk about.
With that. Before this meeting, we met earlier, and here's the punch list we were given for Wildwood. And literally, we're discussing the last weekend of October, both days of half the group goes down the river and half the group just dedicates to working at Wildwood and doing all those punch list items so that it's ready. That's what we want to do. We don't want you to feel like you're attacked. We are just trying to accommodate both the community and getting them on the river and the conservancy and get that punch list done. That's what we need. So that's within the next week, the email you're gonna get from me is for that weekend. Or to get all these items done and to work with the community, anyone who can be there to help. And if that means that I'm hiring an arborist to do the tree because you guys can't afford it right now, can do it. If that means we need a 30-yard bin, because right around the corner is a massively, really well-built homeless encampment that needs to be removed, we'll do it. So that's.
We need a tree assessed. We need it assessed so that the arborist can come in and trim it. So, yeah.
Yes, I was gonna have the arborist come look and give me a true quote, and then I can talk to you guys, and then we're just gonna cover the cost.
So when you say you need to assess before an arborist can look at it, what does that mean? 'Cause my-
Well, the health of the tree and what needs to be trimmed, how much of it to be
But that's
trimmed.
what an arborist is trained to do.
Well, that's fine, then the arborist can do the assessment.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I just don't, I'm trying to understand, like, what are the barriers that you see? Because in my mind, having the arborist come out, like, that is the qualified person that can make that.
A good one.
Yeah, we're thinking like PAVE or what's his name, like John Nicholson.
John,
Yeah.
thinking.
Yeah, something like that, have somebody come in.
What was that name?
Give
I
his
think
opinion.
I think he's retired.
He's
but-
not around anymore,
Yeah.
but, yeah.
I was thinking.
But something like, someone like that, so that that the work is being done properly.
I was gonna pick one again.
Yeah, I mean, there's lots of, it's a license. People have to have a license to do this. It's not, you don't just go in off the street and then start.
So I'll
Carmen?
start that conversation with you guys. I'll get
Sure.
names of arborists, because I was gonna pick one of the city.
Yeah. We can put that in down.
And have them communicate with you and totally on the paperwork, just so we can get moving forward on it. And then the other stuff on our roll-on film. We want to get there and help you get there as a community. That's the goal.
Yeah, Carmen,
So, working on that outreach part, we never took anybody's word for granted. I think that's kind of where me and Carly, and I kind of just assumed to take the extra step because I knew money was tight. And so there was extra days. But when I'm trying to set an example is that there's people willing to help if you just ask, explain what's needed. And yeah, maybe I don't have this expertise but I'll tell you what though, if it came to like, hey, you know what, this area needs to kind of be picked up or whatnot, I can guarantee you, if we told between me and Carly and our family, it's just like that volunteer day. They didn't have to do that. They wanted to help because we explained. They're already stretched thin, so we understand that. The other part was, even though our contract ended, we continued trying to communicate with the community like, hey, it's not open because it's not safe. You have to understand, you guys are out there, something happens, no one's gonna know, and if, it's a gamble, but at the same time, it's not, they're trying to lock you out. It's just, we have to understand how can we help?
I know, Rich emails me a couple times a week about somebody having a gun or something on the properties, so.
And it happens, and that was why sometimes when I would go out there, I would always take someone with me, because sometimes, the homeless one underneath the freeway, they wonder, I understand that part, I understand the safety part. But I also feel like, there's people out there that are willing to help, if you just, this to me would make so much sense to like, this is why we can't have it open right now, oh, okay, I see it, there's things that need to be taken care of. And every time we walk that trail, I always look at that block all the time, and I would hold my breath like, and it happened to be the most heaviest storm when we were out there, and that was when the river got really high and everything, so there was days that we just said, we're not having no gathering. We're gonna just go online, let's just do this meeting online, we don't have to be at the property. And like you're explaining, if you just have that list of, these are the ones that are open right now, I think they'll be happy with that. And not be, it's the feeling of being closed out completely is what I think it turns everybody kind of, is it a preference of people, but if you say, no, it's a safety reason, that makes more sense. So I don't mean to attack anybody. I'm just thinking of like, if it was a group effort, there was a lot of people that came in tribally that would never step on a foot on a property, I will tell you right now. But because there was some efforts that they seen from the Conservancy, they said, okay, let's just put that step on that property and let's have these discussions. And let's see how we can help them. That was it. They weren't looking at it, what was the benefit to me?
Because we always explain, there's other sites that are open that you're more than welcome to take a look at, to see if there's materials and then teach from there. So it's not, always, like I always explain to Laura, it's not always us ripping things out of the ground. There's a training tending to it. Tending means taking care of it from when it grows to it's going through its life, to the end of the life and introducing the new one. And it's helping. It's not trying to, and I always want to share that if someone's going out there for traditional practice, do not think they're ripping things out of the ground. No, they were taught how to take care of that plant so we can keep on going, just like our ancestors taught us to keep our kids in ground. That's the same thing. And so, but this to me, I see it, yeah, exactly, that look was like, that was the worst, you know, and I would hold my breath and, but there was times that me and Carly like, this is not the time. It's raining, it's, you know, it's not safe out there, you know, so I think it's that common sense that's gotta kick it in, you know, I'll be out there.
But the fire that just happened, it's gonna be really bad when it starts raining.
Right.
At a Circle B, because the entire field between 41 and the house, it was 6 feet away from the house. Cal Fire did too good a job saving it. But the fire was 6 feet away from the house, but everything else around it is gone. It is dirt.
What about down below?
It's all the way to the.
Always. But did it go past the house?
Below Circle B, it's not burned down the hill. But, in the farmers or the grazing fields on the other side that this conservancy doesn't own, there was some burned down the hill. But there's nothing down.
Yeah, it went down that gully.
It went down that gully.
Yeah.
Where the H tree sits, that is looking back.
Rich has a picture from the river,
Yeah, because I saw it from,
but it's not the sedge beds.
But anyways, what my statement was just to say, it is not trying to attack anybody. Because if it was really this, I think we would have stopped our conversation as soon as that contract finished. And there's been a lot of efforts on the conservancy part to try to keep these talks going. And, it's just keep the consistency of having that communication and this is how the animal tribal community will look at you, like, they're keeping their word. But explain it to us, you know? And like I said, everybody has their own specialty, you know? My brother's better at yard work than I am, you know what I mean? Like, you know, but anyways, that's what I'm saying, is that everybody has some sort of something to offer. And if they can help with that list, maybe it's just one trash can, I don't know, one, what is it called? I'm sorry. It's one of the items, the punch list, yeah.
And I think we can all agree, Circle B has some, actual real security issues, and we really have to figure out, you know, what to do with that. But yeah, Sharon, I'm sorry you feel so attacked, and I saw how, you know, it gets to you, and I think most of us are in the situation that we work, you know, with very, very small teams, and, you know, we also, it's sometimes hard to do everything we're supposed to do. And, I guess, you know, and we have to acknowledge everybody's position, right? You guys is, too, and I'm sorry that, you know, it hurts you. I wanna just bring our thoughts back to the meeting that we had at the River Parkway Trust, the 30/30 meeting, and I think what the big issue that was stressed there is that they want to unleash a movement. So I guess I would love to take that in spirit and have more movement of collaboration between all of our agencies. When I look at like the Yenko issue, right? As I mentioned before, there's a bunch of us that have funding from the flood control district to do cleanup, right? My organization, we work a lot with federal state groups, and usually I try to engage the students in a way that they problem solve and help with that. And I feel like there's might be like small funds that we might have, and there might be some partnerships that we can open up a little bit more and think of, okay, well, this is in the way, maybe the parking lot, you know, maybe we can take that away from the thing that are required if we have another one, but maybe we can figure out other ways to deal with trash cans, you know, that would work for everybody. And I guess also my perspective is sometimes when you're so deep into it, you see just all these problems and all these things, and sometimes you just have to step back a little bit and think, okay, are those, well, what of this is really needed and which one can, you know, we find a different way to solve? And, yeah, I would love if there's a better way for us to have synergies to enable that access while having safety, you know, so that everybody is happy with what we're doing. And I have really all those vulnerable communities here that are in the valley have access to the Great River. Because I think we all do this because we love it. And, yeah, as Carmen said, right, there's many others that have even less knowledge and access.
I'd make a small comment. I like the way it's set up there, that way you can see what the things to do and what's open, what's not, and what's given up to up and running. I like that. Make that, all I need is to let them out to see where everything's at. It takes me along the river. See if I can tell you what stories why that, where grandma died, and to go to safety. It's such. You know, what is.
Okay, are we ready to move on to the next item on the agenda?
Yes, give me 2 minutes to, or a few seconds. Bring back up the slideshow.
So I think our next item is River West updates.
Yeah, but we have this to show you like what our real world, like,
Okay.
this is what we're working with. I think Rebecca, then I can want to give you guys a little description of it.
Hi, everybody. So on the screen shows our 24-25 budget, what we got in this year's budget. Give me one. Sorry? Say that again? You're experiencing the feedback that I was having earlier. We just gotta keep talking through it. Yes, okay. So our ELPF, we got 449,000. We use this to fund Ashley's position and Carrie's position and office support, office supplies. That's what that covers. It also covers our contract with the Department of Parks and Recreation for our administrative services. It also covers our legal support services as well. Our SJRC fund, we received 190,000. This is mostly our operation and maintenance funding that we use. We do have we have a contract with the Department of Parks and Recreation to take care of the Wagner House that is rented to a state ranger. It also pays for Frank Cove's operation and maintenance and some fire abatement services. We also pay our utilities out of it, and we also do perform repairs out of this as well if we didn't have the 15 million. Program delivery, our bond funds, we received 90,000 from Prop 40, 512,000 from Prop 84, which totaled $602,000. This covers my position and Aaron Aquino Carhart from WCB's position. Then we have, the bond funds. These are our balances that we currently have. I do want to note that Prop 1 is competitive, and what we have left for Prop 1 is just for project implementation. We do not have any planning fund left for that. So as you can see, we project out for the year, for our fiscal year, to make sure that we do have enough cushion in our budget in case something happens. So as you can see, we start off with ELPF 449. We have an expense, we're expecting 391,000. So we will have a $58,000 budget. That, we like to keep that budget just in case our legal fees go up, because they can fluctuate depending on what happens in what months. SGRC, 190,000, we're estimated 127,000. We have 63,000 left. That will help with any repairs that we need to get done. Prop 40, this is the last year for us to use Prop 40, so we're using most of it to cover my salary and benefits, and then I'm going to be moving back into Prop 84 and Aaron's in Prop 84. So.
What is EL, PM stand for?
Environmental license plate. And I see the bond funds are listed there. I believe that all of the 84, 40, and 68 have all been at least promised in theory to the Fresno River West project. And
No, they have not.
they have not. Okay. So all of those bond funds are still available for other projects?
As of right now, yes. The board has not authorized any funding to any project.
I understand that it hasn't been fully authorized, but I thought that the board's action taken last December was like a plan to utilize all the remaining funds for River West. So I'm just trying to understand, like, are those monies allocated? Are they still available? How are we looking at that? Because I thought all the bond money was basically looked at as unavailable at this point,
Except one.
except Prop 1.
No, it has not been allocated to anything. None of those funds have.
Well, that's a much rosier picture than I understood the concern that we had. So that's great. Thanks for sharing that.
So what is the plan of the board to allocate the rest of those funds, and when do they run out?
I don't think we can, I don't know if you're directing your question to Daniel, but I think that's a question that we have to maybe talk about at a future meeting.
Yes.
Yeah. Do you have does the board have a plan yet, or is that still getting developed? Just, I guess, as a small question.
If it was a dictatorship, I can answer your question.
Yeah, I think the staff has to provide a presentation to the board and then the board makes decisions about it. So I don't think any of that is outlined yet.
Yes, I would like to add that, we would have to take something to the board and the board would ultimately approve or disapprove of allocating these funds. I do want to note that we do have a two-step process, that it goes to our board, and if it does get approved, it goes to WCB's board for approval as well.
For the bond funds, yes.
And I'm sorry, just one more question. What is this Measure P? Isn't some of that money for the parkway?
It is, and that's a big topic, and let's not tackle that tonight, because we could talk about that for 2 hours by itself.
But Measure P is one of the reasons why we can operate and maintain properties within the city limits at really no cost to the conservancy. It's very beneficial.
That's good to hear.
I will say that I don't think that there is a big discrepancy between the intent that the community here is expressing, that the staff is holding, the board seeks. I will say, because I come from you all, and then put on the board, the mind-numbing amount of bureaucracy that's required in government. And then, for Sharon to get paid, or there's a lot there. And so it would almost make you become Republican to complain about. So, yeah, I just don't, I would say continue your advocacy and just a steady, a kind of drumbeat and just problem solving from the ground up, mostly through the staff who I think hear you. I think they can be frustrated at them not being able to have the capacity to answer everything. But, I see a lot of unanimity on the board. There's just so much money, so, I'll speak for myself personally. I really want to see us deliver a major project so we can turn around and ask for more money. That's, for me, it's all about money and getting these flows that we have been delivering now to the key partner, one of our key partners, which is the Parkway. Yeah, so, and I think you're seeing things move, but they can be glacial compared to the need for kids to get out there, before they're, adults, et cetera. I don't see there's a big difference. It's just there's kind of constraints there. And I think we all need to be kind of just slowly getting into those constraints and unknotting them.
Almost makes you want to be doing them.
Okay, so I see a final, it looks like a final slide here. Does that mean we don't have anything else specific about River West or Wildwood?
Carrie may have Carrie has an update, so I just didn't make a slide for it.
Okay, great.
So my update's going to be really quick, and I'm sorry I don't have any better news, but the update for River West is generally the same as last time. The city is working to obtain a final signature on, I think they were calling it their GAD document. I can't remember what the acronym stands for, but they were seeking to obtain that final signature so they can enter into the 60% design phase. And then once they did, however, share their design schedule or time frame with the Conservancy. They're looking to wrap the design up by next year, and the design process is fully funded. So once everything has been completed, we'll be able to move forward with construction. Now, that being said, the Conservancy Board will be considering River West at the October board meeting and providing direction on how they would like to proceed with that project. And the city will be providing a update and a presentation at that time. So for more information on River West, please come to the October Conservancy Board meeting where there'll be a presentation and more information available.
Carrie, when you say, and you may not be able to answer this, and that's okay, but when you say wrap up design by next year, that's pretty broad. Is that like by the end of next year, or do you have a sense for what part of the year we're talking about?
I don't have the timeline or my notes in front of me. Unfortunately, Rebecca and I are both out of town and away from the office. I do want to say that was it Rebecca, was it fall of next year? And I know I'm putting her on the spot, but I feel like that's what I remember.
I think you're right. I think you're right. And I think it also depends that they were hoping to get that signature very quickly. So I think that's going to play into it as well on when they can get these signatures.
We have been waiting. We said at the last PACE meeting, we were just waiting for that signature. We're still waiting for that signature. And so that's been an unfortunate delay. Is there any more questions?
Questions? Seeing none?
Come to the October board meeting. For Wildwood, we have more of a positive update. We've been working really diligently with our contracting and procurement office, and we are hoping to, I'm going to look over at my computer screen over at Ashley, give me a thumbs up or a thumbs down, but we were hoping to obtain signatures and fully execute contracts. We have 2 contracts that need to go through, one for janitorial services, one for security at Wildwood. Those are 2 huge milestones for us to meet in order to work towards opening that property. And then we have a couple of other punch list items. And those we can tackle in pretty short order once we make time in our schedule with everything else that we're working on. So, but the big milestones were the execution of the janitorial and security contracts. And I think it appears we might still be waiting, but we're very, very close to getting those executed.
Great.
So we will be at the October board meeting also asking the board to authorize the Conservancy to open Wildwood once the opening criteria has been met, similar to how we did with Ball Ranch. We'll be asking to for the board's approval to allow the executive officer to open the property once the criteria have been met. So definitely come to the October board meeting. Lots of fun things to talk about.
We should have started the meeting with all these updates.
Now you're gonna leave with a good taste in your mouth.
Exactly.
got one more fun thing coming. Well, other people might also have fun things to share.
We're moving on to the community announcements. You want to start, Cheryl, with your volunteer day?
There it is.
Yeah, so everyone that wants to help. We're having a volunteer day at Ball Ranch. And, you know, it's to create the great days, maybe some people can share, we have mine. So anybody that wants to come, we're gonna utilize some of the lots and try to create a walkthrough maze off of the parking lot. So it's lined out, it's been graded, the lots have been put water seal on, so they're ready to, we're ready to dig holes and start placing them. So anybody that can come on Saturday, we welcome you to come. You're going to get filthy, dirty. It's powder dirt, so come prepared with long pants and closed-toed shoes and all those good things.
And it's all ages, so if you want to bring youths with you, they
Yeah.
just need a parent signature on our volunteer form. Anyone can come.
So any other community announcements, or things you guys would like help with, events coming up?
We're planning a river cleanup at the end.
Yeah. I can talk afterward with Rich and people say, because we
Sure.
totally talked about it right out here, like, we're pretty hard. So it's really in the end for the,
Okay.
I think it'll work, and then I'll get some arborist names, because that arborist would probably have to do his work before the October 26th, 27th, that we're gonna propose as a Wildwood work weekend to knock out that punch list if we want to be positive. I don't know about trash cans, I might just get stolen. We're gonna have to be concrete.
We have to concrete them down. We have to form concrete and concrete them.
That's,
Yeah, I mean, screw them into the concrete, where you can't get to the screws from the outside. Like I have a plan.
it's downstream from Lost Lake, we're pulling trash cans out that people are taking
Yeah.
to Lost Lake. So I did it.
Yeah.
I did it. And we might have some connections for you from some other agencies who are trying to get rid of the concrete trash cans. I don't know how to do it. But I have access to about 6 of them.
Yeah,
So it wouldn't really be part of this meeting, but we are looking at requesting the October 26th and 27th as well with the work.
okay. And don't forget about the activities calendar. Whenever you guys have something come up, please, submit that so we can get it on our calendar, on the Parkway activities calendar.
The form that we tried to create, we discovered a few months after giving it to our testers, that you have to have a Office 360 account to use it. So
So it was
Yeah.
not everybody could use it. So Ashley's working on another way
Yeah.
to submit.
But for now, continue to do the email submissions, and if you do it to the
Okay.
info, we all can see it, so it will get to someone. So,
Did you have a question, Sheila?
Yeah, so you mentioned this one is gonna have a second day.
Yeah, we will plan a second day after we get through this one, to see where we're at. I'd like to order some DG and, get a few other things in place before we set the date for the second one.
If there is any flexibility to plan it, I can work with you and get the cross country. Government to plan.
Perfect. Cool, there's restrooms, but no water, so.
Yeah, I mean, they know how it is.
Thanks.
Okay. Thank you all for coming out and for all of your good comments. And our next base meeting is 2 months from now, at a date to be determined.
The reason why the dates to be determined is, the regulation package for the Conservancy should go out this week. we're gonna have dates where we have to have a public hearing, public comment period, and so we need to see when, AOL releases the package so we can start our 45-day count, and so we can plan our meetings accordingly to take care of, knock out the things that we have to do for the regs at the same time as our community or board meeting.
So you're talking about the approval of the new regulation
Uh-huh.
that will
Yeah.
enhance security on the
Right.
land, okay.
Yeah, so they have their set dates where there has to be public review and public comment period and such. And so we want to make sure we piggyback on those dates for either this meeting or the board meeting.
Okay, great. Thank you, everybody.
Oh, yeah.
The list, we're looking for ball match, is there a way I can get that to Michelle, so she can take that to the owner?
Until next time.
Yes.
You got things under control here?
Well, all I do is I take stuff, and my job is to parse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Totally. You want me to?
Yeah.
The meta.
Yeah.